Guys, I want to tell you about our friends over at Frostbuddy. It is drinkware engineered to keep your beverages exactly how you want them. Whether you're heading out for an adventure or just powering through your day, Frostbuddy's flagship product, the Universal Buddy, replaces the need for multiple can coolers by fitting virtually every 12-ounce and 16-ounce can bottle you drink, sodas and seltzers to coffee and sparkling water, all in a single versatile design. Constructed with high quality double walled stainless steel and thoughtful features like a flexible silicone lid and a tapered shape that fits most cup holders, Frostbuddy keeps drinks cold for 12 hours and hot for up to 6 hours. So you get consistent temperature control, whether it's an iced drink on a hot afternoon or a hot coffee on the drive to work. Built to last, field tested for durability, and backed by a 30-day return policy, Frostbuddy makes everyday moments from tailgates and beach days to backyard cookouts and commutes more enjoyable. Going over and click the link below and use promo code S15 to get 15% off of your first purchase when you visit our friends over at frostbuddy.com. And when you use that promo code S15. Are you tired of spending upwards of $7 to $8 on coffees that are full of sugar and high in fat? Well, look no further than Chike Nutrition, the brand redefining what coffee can do for your day. Chike Nutrition combines the rich, familiar taste of real coffee with 20 grams of high-quality protein and the energy of 2 shots of espresso, giving you both fuel and function in every scoop. Available in a variety of crave-worthy flavors like mocha, caramel, vanilla, and many more, Chike delivers smooth, cafe-style iced coffee that mixes instantly with water or your favorite milk, with no clunky blender or complicated prep needed. Each serving is designed to be low in sugar, packed with protein, and loaded with real espresso, so that you can get a sustained energy that helps power your morning, workout, or busy afternoon without the crash that comes from sugary coffee drinks. Whether you're looking for better nutrition in your coffee routine or a smarter way to stay energized and full longer, Chike makes it simple. Scoop, shake, sip, and enjoy. If you want to take advantage of the new year and get in the best shape of your life, click the link below and get yourself 10% off of your first order over at ChikeNutrition.com. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of our exclusive coverage of the NFL draft. We are on night 2, and boy, are we excited for it. We had a magnificent night last night. Guys, I'm telling you, we're going to have another awesome night tonight. Day 2 is officially upon us. I hope you guys are as hyped as I am. We went on our longest show that we've ever went. It's over almost 4.5 hours. God, dog, I can't believe I'm saying that. Man. Let's get it, guys. Hey, make sure you do us a favor. Like, share, subscribe if you're watching us on the YouTube. Turn on the bell notifications so that you are notified every time we go live, post a new video, or post a new short on the live streams. Like we mentioned already, every live show brought to you by our good friends at Frostbuddy. Going over to frostbuddy.com, use the promo code S15 and get 15% off of your first purchase. That is code S15 at 15% off of your first purchase. The 49ers are now on the clock. Oh, by the way, check out our friends at Chike Nutrition. Click the link below. 20 grams of protein, 1 gram of fat, 1 gram of sugar. 2, get yourself into the best position possible. All right. Let's go ahead and let's talk about what the 49ers could do. All right, so their pick is officially in. Where do the Niners go? The biggest thing for me is that they have to improve in their rushing department. They got absolutely destroyed up front, especially in the postseason. if they want to get better at that part of their game. This is where I think a guy at tackle could benefit them greatly. I think he's been able to make play after play after play the last couple of weeks or the last couple of years. I think this is where we see a guy, whether it be Chase Besantis at guard, could come into play. I really do like Ware Jennings Dunker. He just screams a Cali kid to me. And I think it would make sense if they go offensive line. I think it's a very important position for San Francisco. So yeah, man, it's either going to be one of those two guys. I was very surprised too that Emmanuel Pregnon was not selected within the first round. All right, let's see what San Francisco's got. Who is this? Andy Lee. I could not tell you who that is, to be honest with you. Oh, he's a punter. I had no idea who that was. I'm just going to be straight up with you. Jennings Dunker makes the most sense in my opinion. Oh, they went receiver? Huh. Wow. I like Dejon Stribling. I'm not going to hate on it. I mean, look. I thought he was really productive this past year. He turned up in the postseason. I thought that really impacted his draft stock significantly. I think it was important for him to have a postseason like he did, just knowing the type of receiver that he is, 6'2", 207. But, dude, he's plays so much more like a tight end. I think you get him in a lot of different packages, and he's going to create that impact that San Francisco definitely needs. That was interesting in my opinion. I'm surprised they did go receiver there, though. I mean, I don't know why they traded back to go get a guy like him, but again, I think that one of the biggest priorities was potentially them going to go get an offensive lineman. All right, let's see what Arizona's got now. They're on the clock. What do we think about Dejon Stribling now officially being a San Francisco 49er? Let's see what Arizona looks like. They need. I think this is where we see offensive linemen come into play. Either that, or they go get Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Definitely could see Demetrius Crownover as well. They need offensive line help, though. You got to go get a guy. So I think with the 49ers, the reason why they drafted a guy like Dejon Stribling is because Brandon Ayuk is gone. He's probably played his last season as a 49er. So, I don't know, man. What is James Conner doing? Oh, he's a Pittsburgh guy. Let's see. There we go. I was waiting for it. Chase Besantis, a guy that I thought was an underrated offensive lineman throughout the year. Dude, he's a load at guard. Love his tenacity in the middle, and I think he's going to contribute greatly. His pulls are some of the best in the in the SEC. I thought he had a monster season. His technique is so fundamentally sound. When you get him on the goal line, bro, he's going to win every freaking play. Every play. So I think that it's massive that you get a guy like him into your backfield. Definitely gives Jeremiah Love somebody to get behind. Good part about that is that he's been around this offensive line room. In my opinion, I thought Texas A&M had arguably the best offensive line in the country. Just from looking at how they were from a fundamental standpoint and how they were able to create turnovers or how they were able to create big plays with the help of their offensive line. Now Buffalo's on the clock. All right. What's a big need for Buffalo right now? I think that offensive line has to be another big factor. I definitely could see something like that. All right. So they need an offensive tackle, again? No, never mind. All right, Buffalo needs a receiver. I think their primary target needs to probably I'll be honest, I do think that Buffalo could wait till the third round to go get another receiver. I could see Ted Hurst making a big statement there in Buffalo. Crazy as it sounds. Ooh, I like this one. I like it. You also need edge help because let's just be honest, Joey Bosa's gone. So the Bills have selected TJ Parker, which is a massive get. I've always considered him to be underrated in some cases. Is that Jim Kelly? That is Jim Kelly. So Joey Bosa's gone. AJ Epineza is gone. You've got to replace somebody at DN, and I think that this is a big, big selection for Buffalo. I think this is a good use of, or no, that's Shane Collins. Dude, Shane Collins a freaking legend. All right. I gotta go talk to somebody. TJ Parker's an underrated edge rusher. I think he could have been a first round draft pick a year ago. I think he had kind of a down year this past year. I think he struggled with his technique at times. I think there was a lot of things that went wrong for him this past year. That South Carolina game was his freaking ball game. He absolutely destroyed Josiah Thompson. And I watched it live and it was insane. All right, so Vegas is going to trade their pick to Houston, so now the Texans are back on the clock. From the Texans' perspective, what are we hearing? So you have a guard that you got with Keelan Rutledge. That was a sexy pick in my opinion. I don't think you go offensive line again. I think you go on the opposite side. I think you got to go D tackle. Could this be Lee Hunter? I think that this could be either Lee Hunter or Caden McDonald. One of the two. Well, that was weird. All right. So, all right, let's see what the Texans are going to pick. I don't know how these people can travel to the freaking NFL draft. I don't get it, bro. Hmm. Hmm. There you go. Billy Miller. Shout out Draft Countdown. Here we go. Yep. Just like I thought. Texans get their interior defensive lineman, and it's a big one. This is a steal. I thought Caden McDonald was going to go 10 to New York. But nonetheless, this is a massive get for Caden. I think that this is a very good pick. Man, what a get for Houston, dude. Caden McDonald is now officially a Houston Texan. And I think he fits the mold. My biggest concern is what is he going to do? Because he can get to be in a stalemate when it comes to absorbing double teams. How does he fight off of those? And how does he continue building upon what was a very impressive run stop, a very impressive display of just really incredible season that he had this past year. So love that kid. He deserves it, man. No doubt in my mind, he deserves it. Great side swipe. Giants have, what are they? Number 37. They've already got it in. Where do the Giants go here? I think they go wide receiver. Could this be Denzel Boston? Keelan Rutledge and Caden McDonald in preseason, or not preseason, but in, what do they call it? In training camp is going to be freaking awesome. All right, let's see where. That would be crazy if. Let's see where the Giants go. This is probably going to be Denzel Boston. It's either Denzel Boston or Jermon McCoy. OC. I have a feeling that this is going to be a, well, maybe not. It's OC, so we'll know. Who knows? Huh. So it's not Jermon McCoy. It's his other teammate, Colton Hood. I figured they were going to go either D tackle or corner here. I just wasn't sure who it was really going to be. I think this is an interesting decision. Thought he looked good. I thought he was the better of between him and McCoy at the Senior Bowl. I think he looked pretty damn pretty technically sound as a DB. I think he still has some chinks in his armor that definitely needs to get worked out. But I think overall, this kid has a bright future ahead of him being developed in this secondary, and he's going to get a lot freaking better when he gets involved working with a guy like Malik Neighbors. I know he didn't score a lot, but I'm not really worried about it. All right, Las Vegas is back at it. Let's see what Las Vegas is going to do. Who we got here? This could be Denzel Boston. Oh, that's dang. Look at old Matt Millen. There we go. One of the most underrated players in the NFL draft is officially a Raider. Tre'Davious Stukes is going to be a star in the making. I have had the opportunity to watch this dude's film, and I have been blown away at what he has done all over the field. He is an excellent coverage safety. He is a guy that is going to not get beat over the top. And he knows exactly where the ball is going to be. He is a smart, instinctive football player, and he is going to be an absolute stud. Really impressed by him. I think he has more than a great opportunity in front of him. They get their one of the best DBs in the draft cycle. Now, where does the Browns go? I think they go either offensive line or they go corner here. This could be where Cleveland picks up Colton Hood's teammate in Jermon McCoy. And I think they're going to take a break. I think it's going to be Jermon McCoy, though. Let me check with Schultz. Jordan Schultz has been a very reliable source for me, so I can get him in. Never mind. It's going to be Denzel Boston that's going to be going in. Okay, that's fine. Wow. Well, really? These daggum dogs. We'll be right back with another break. 39th overall pick is Denzel Boston. We'll be right back. Guys, I want to tell you about our friends over at Frost Buddy. It is drinkware engineered to keep your beverages exactly how you want them. Whether you're heading out for an adventure or just powering through your day, Frost Buddy's flagship product, the Universal Buddy, replaces the need for multiple can coolers by fitting virtually every 12-ounce and 16-ounce can bottle you drink, sodas and seltzers to coffee and sparkling water. all in a single versatile design. Constructed with high quality double walled stainless steel and thoughtful features like a flexible silicone lid and a tapered shape that fits most cup holders, Frostbuddy keeps drinks cold for 12 hours and hot for up to 6 hours. So you get consistent temperature control, whether it's an iced drink on a hot afternoon or a hot coffee on the drive to work. Built to last, field tested for durability, and backed by a 30-day return policy, Frostbuddy makes everyday moments from tailgates and beach days to backyard cookouts and commutes more enjoyable. Going over and click the link below and use promo code triple S15 to get 15% off of your first purchase when you visit our friends over at frostbuddy.com. And when you use that promo code triple S15. Are you tired of spending upwards of $7 to $8 on coffees that are full of sugar and high in fat? Well, look no further than Chike Nutrition, the brand redefining what coffee can do for your day. Chike Nutrition combines the rich, familiar taste of real coffee with 20 grams of high-quality protein and the energy of 2 shots of espresso, giving you both fuel and function in every scoop. Available in a variety of crave-worthy flavors like mocha, caramel, vanilla, and many more, Chike delivers smooth, cafe-style iced coffee that mixes instantly with water or your favorite milk, with no clunky blender or complicated prep needed. Each serving is designed to be low in sugar, packed with protein, and loaded with real espresso, so that you can get a sustained energy that helps power your morning, workout, or busy afternoon without the crash that comes from sugary coffee drinks. Whether you're looking for better nutrition in your coffee routine or a smarter way to stay energized and full longer, Chike makes it simple. Scoop, shake, sip. All right, here we go. Wow. Huh. He averaged 14 yards a catch in his time at Washington. Kayvon Thibodeau posted on his Instagram saying goodbye. Yeah, I mean it's bye bye for him, dude. Mm, hmm. So the Chiefs have already picked at 40. It's going to be R. Mason Thomas. They get their edge rusher, which I think is important to say the least. I think that was a big need in that department. And I think it's a massive need for hmm, hmm. It's a huge get for Kansas City. because they're edge rushers right now. Karlaftis has been good, but he's dealt with injury. Chris Jones is going to retire. You need another guy alongside at the end of the day. R. Mason Thomas was a guy that could have gone first round, in my own opinion. But I think what's even better is that he's an absolute. Most of these guys that are in the second and third round, we were talking about them a year ago potentially being first round draft picks. I thought that R. Mason Thomas was an underrated pick this past season, and I think he's going to continue to prove it once he gets into this season. This is a Kansas City defensive line that I think nobody is really paying attention to, and I think rightfully they have all the opportunity in the world to break out or to continue to establish dominance and establish why they've been one of the more underrated factors as to why Kansas City has been a Super Bowl team year after year after year. You may think I'm going crazy. I mean, it's not a real question. It's not. You got your guy that can replace Chris Jones whenever he does retire in Peter Woods. Now you add more depth on the outside with Karlaftis. I mean, other than him, Felix Anudike-Uzomah, I don't know if he's going to get a whole lot of playing time at this point. So I think when you add the other side, a guy like him, Uzomah, I'm expecting is going to potentially get traded because he was on IR this past year. Ethan Downs is more of a, I hate to say it, more of just a reserve guy. Holy shoot, Kenny Anderson's still alive? And the Bengals get Cassius Howell, a massive need. A massive, massive need for the Bengals was defensive freaking line help. They get it with Cassius Howell. He is a dominant interior offensive, or he is a dominant outside edge rusher, dude. He has probably the quickest hands out of anybody in this NFL draft. His speed is unlike any other in this NFL draft. And his change of direction is unlike anyone else. It's really impressive, to say the least. As soon as he gets off the ball, his hips are square to the quarterback. How many other edge rushers out there has that type of bend, has that type of length, and how quickly can he dip off the edge like what Cassius Howell was? He was a wrecking ball this past year for A&M. An absolute wrecking ball. New Orleans is on the clock now. I think another. So it's going to be Christian Miller. It was only going to be a matter of time because we heard that Christian Miller and guys like that were going to be some of the first names taken off the board. Who is this? Marcus Colston. I like Marcus. Christian Miller is officially a New Orleans Saint. I like the pick. I love the fact that you go after somebody that can play kind of both ways, man. He's a defensive tackle, but I think that with his height, and even though he's at 311, he doesn't look like it. He's one of the best defensive linemen in the country. And I think that it was good that he initially was going to go into the transfer portal in 2023, but decided to return for 24, and he was an absolute dog. kind of a down year this past. Not necessarily. Well, I say a down year, but not necessarily a step up type of year for him. But I still think he showcased why he was so dominant. Just relentless pursuit to the football. Great hands. Very, very well conditioned. Played over 1,000 snaps this year. And I think it was important for him to play that many reps so that he could make a statement for himself. That's part of his athletic ability, is him being able to get off the ball and find where he needs to go. Find where he's going to find a way where he's going to be effective on the defensive line. Dolphins are on the board, by the way. I wonder where Miami. I All right, draft is back on. There we go. Jacob Rodriguez is a Miami Dolphin. The Butkus Award winner is headed to Miami. All right, Lions are on the board right now. They have already made their pick. I think, look, Jacob Rodriguez has been my favorite football player the last couple of years. Linebacker, I mean, oh, hey, now. The Lions just got Derek Moore. First round graded, in my opinion. Derek Moore is officially a Detroit Lion. They need another guy opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, and Hutch got his former teammate Derek Moore. Big get for Detroit, man. I mean, I can't be more excited for him than what he's been able to do this year. Just a phenomenal defensive lineman. I'm glad that he is a Detroit Lion. All right, Baltimore is officially on the clock. I know they need defense. They need some help on the defensive side of the ball. Who is Baltimore getting? They've already got Olu. I mean, Colton Hood. Or not Colton Hood, but his counterpart. Shoot. So the Cowboys are sending the 152nd pick for D. Winters. Never heard of him. Jermon McCoy. That's what I'm thinking. Jermon McCoy is still available. Just saying. Oh, man. right, let's take some phone calls. 843-350-2534, 843-350-2534. Call into the show, please. I'm tired, bro. I got this one dude that's just hammering on my freaking post about FAU football. Is that Ray? Yeah, that's Ray. Never mind. That's Mark Ingram. Mark Ingram played like what, 2 years with freaking Baltimore? Bro. Okay. If it's not Jermon McCoy, then flag football is a state championship sport in Maryland. Interesting. Please let it be Colton Hood. It's Zion Young. Um, hmm. Interesting. Well, What? I don't know, man. What is Eric DaCosta's mind? Where is his mind going? I mean, he's been with the freaking team since the beginning. I get that. Um, I'm kind of confused. Draymond Jones is gone. I understand that. David Ajabu's gone. I mean, you did get Trey Hendrickson, so why? You just got Trey Hendrickson. I mean, are you going to put him at outside linebacker? Namdi Matabuke, is he? No, he's still got an extension. I mean, I don't know, man. Let's see what the Bucks go get. Is that Rondé? Ooh, another Missouri guy. You'll like this one. He is a very, very, very underrated linebacker. I like Josiah Trotter going to Tampa Bay. No, he is not. Downhill linebacker, probably one of the smartest linebackers in this draft class. Physical at the point of attack, able to get back into coverage, and he's a bit undersized, about 6'1", 237. I think he can still bulk up about 10 pounds, and I think he can be really physical with these NFL offensive linemen and really dominate at a high level. I mean, he did it against the best in the SEC. Who's to say that he doesn't do it in the AFC, in a very competitive division in the AFC South, or in the end, is it North? Yes, the AFC North. Excuse me. So the Bucks have already. All right, who's next? Indianapolis. Yeah. I want to say this is Indy's. Yeah, this is their first pick so far. Oh, we got a trade. So Indy's already trading again. So is it Houston? No, it ain't Houston. It's Pittsburgh that's on the clock. So Pittsburgh bounces back into the second round, and they've already got their pick. Where does Pittsburgh go? They're not going to go guard. Unless they go, ooh, this might be Manny McNeil Warren. Let's see who the Steelers got. Oh my gosh. Wow. I'm surprised by this one. Steelers went out and got Jeremy Bernard. Wow. That is very interesting. So I think the Steelers were trying to get a receiver in round one when they went out to go get Mekhi Lemon. That's when the Eagles jumped up and got them. Now they get Jeremy Bernard. And right now, I mean, but why? Do you need a number 3? Like, you have DK Metcalf, but how is he going to be gone? Is his production the same? But he's got a 5-year, $150 million extension as well. And he's only in the second full year of it. You just traded to get Michael Pittman, who got traded and got a 3-year deal. So, you have guys that are on the practice squad at this point. Roman Wilson's still a guy that I think they're waiting to kind of break out, but he hasn't been healthy so far this year. Ben Skornek is more of a special teamer guy. He's a special teamer. So he's not even really a guy. A.T. Perry has been a guy that was a guy that I thought was going to make an impact with New Orleans, and then he didn't really turn out to be much. So I mean, I guess they do need a receiver. They need somebody else so that who is it? Russell Wilson can throw the football to. Where I do. So the Falcons are now on the clock, by the way. Where does Atlanta go? I think this is their first pick of the draft. They've got 5 damn picks in this draft. I don't know if they're gonna go D-line. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if they go D-line right now, but let me text the guy that I know. Let me text my guy and see if he knows where ATL is probably going to draft. He probably isn't going to answer, though, but we'll see. Is that Is that Michael Turner? Yes, it's Michael Turner. They may go linebacker or defensive tackle. This could be where CJ Allen comes into play. Is it CJ Allen, though? Oh, it's Avion Terrell. Hello. So the Falcons get Avion Terrell, underrated defensive back. I think he's a really good cover corner. Let's see who the Panthers go get. They got offensive line in the first round. I think this should be more of a defensive pick. In my opinion, at least. I think they need to focus on who they can get at safety and or probably another cover corner. Well, specifically, their secondary got freaking cooked this past year. If they can stay till the third round, if Mike Washington is still on the board in the third round, maybe even in the fourth round, if they can wait till then to go get him, this would be a really, really solid draft for Carolina. But don't be surprised if they keep the in-home product in Brandon Cisse. Is that Jake Delhomme? I've met that freaking dude not too long ago. All right, let's see where Carolina goes. Steal the draft. Steal the freaking draft. Steal the freaking draft. Let's freaking go. Hey, if you have been watching me for quite some time, you know how much I like Lee Hunter. Guys, Lee Hunter has been a freaking top 50 prospect ever since the Senior Bowl. His draft stock dipped a little bit back after the combine, but guys, I like Lee Hunter. Lee Hunter is a special talent that is going to produce at a high level. I think he has done exceptionally well being in the middle. He's a disruptor time after time after time after time again. If you have to double up on him, he's going to split the double and he's going to find a way to win with aggression in the middle. He's going to find ways. Hey, babe, by the way, he's going to find ways to dominate, and he typically will. His chase down speed, insane. Probably some of the best in college football. Arguably one of the most underappreciated and underrated defensive linemen this past year. Guys, he is going to be a star in the making. He's going to be an absolutely incredible specimen. See if we can load up the StreamYard on the Facebook. See if we can get some interaction there. Let's see what I'm going to take down. I think I'm going to take down the YouTube. And we're going to transition. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to take it off of Inside Gamecocks. And I'm going to move it on over to Facebook. All right, we are live on Facebook now. Do we have Facebook rolling? All right, Facebook is rolling. We are live on Facebook as well. So let's get after it. Jets picking at number 50. We've had a really magnificent second round. All right, let's see where the Jets end up going with number 50. I got to print out the best available still. Because I really think that they should go. Oh. Let's see who's off the board. Lee Hunter's off. Stooks is off. CJ Allen's gone, isn't he? No, he's not off. All right, we are still live on YouTube. We do have somebody on the line. I think that's Afton too. Afton, I'm live on Facebook too, so just FYI. All right, let's see what the Jets decide to do. Is that Curtis Martin? That is Curtis Martin. Nice. All right, let's see what we got. Is this who I think it is? They got, I like this pick. This is going to be a really good pick. This is about to be a really, 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 really good pick. Hey, I think Jets fans are gonna like this one. Jets get D'Angelo Ponce from Indiana. Guys, I know that there's been a lot of people that have said this, and I have been vocal about it as well. If D'Angelo Ponce was about 2 or 3 inches taller, he's a first round draft pick any damn day of the week. D'Angelo Ponce proved, especially in the postseason, that he can hang with the big boys in the NFL. He has shown time and time and time again how much of a shutdown corner he is, even at his height. I thought he had an excellent college football playoff. Played a lot on the perimeter, and he drew a really good assignment. Can force turnovers, creates big plays, and knows how to stay on blocks. He's one of those guys that you really like to have on the outside. He's a guy that you can trust on an island, and he's going to make a big play. That dude knows how to play the game of football, and he's pretty dang good at it. He's a smart, instinctive football player that has a damn eye for the ball. I'm really excited for D'Angelo Ponce as a Jet. Gone is what's his name? I don't watch the NFL as much as I used to, but who did the Jets trade this past year to New York? Or not to New York, but to Indianapolis? I can see him. I'm trying to remember what his name was. Dang, I feel stupid. Oh. Sauce Gardner, that's who I'm thinking of. They trade Sauce Gardner, and they need another defensive back. Who do they turn to? They go get a guy like D'Angelo Ponce, who he's a smaller version of Sauce, in my opinion. Sauce and D'Angelo, the way that they play is mere identical. I don't care if you think I'm crazy for believing that either. Let's see what the Vikings go get on the board. I think they need a DB. Close enough. They get Jake Golday from Cincinnati. So let's talk about Jake Golday. Not a guy that we really focused on a lot. He's a former Central Arkansas guy, transferred over to Cincinnati. Proven leader. Really proven leader. All over the field, 100-plus tackle season. Added 3.5 sacks. North and South guy that's going to find the football. Physical with tight ends. Can get in the backfield and force the issue. He's a smart football player. He's a really, really smart football player. Green Bay sitting at 52. I don't think they've picked at all so far. Where do we think Green Bay goes? Green Bay needs a guy for Jair Alexander. Been waiting on the next Jair. Could this be the draft where this is Jermon McCoy? Could be Jermon McCoy's time to be a Green Bay Packer. I don't know how far Jermon McCoy is going to fall right now. By the way, prayers up for the people out in freaking Baton Rouge. This is stupid, bro. All right. Afton, I told you already, I'm not really talking about a whole lot, so.
Can we get a couple gun salute for that guy just for his service?
I just finished my career as a door dasher.
What?
I think they go DB in this one. Got to be Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Shout out John Kuhn. That's actually kind of sick. Out of everybody. Interesting. I'm not a big fan of it. So I watched Brandon Cece more than anyone else in college football this year. Specifically because, oh, shoot. McAfee's on right now. But I watched Brandon Cece more than I can remember out of any other player in college football this year. I wasn't impressed. I get that they didn't throw to him a lot. He has great technique, but I'm not a huge fan of him. I think that there's at least 2 or 3 DBs better than him. I think I don't understand what is going on and why that I don't know why Jermon McCoy is falling. I don't know, man. I don't get it. Let's see who. Okay. You know what? I'm not mad at that at all. All right, we're live on Instagram, by the way. You know what? This is a pretty decent pick, in my opinion. I think the Colts need defensive help. I think they got their linebacker that they need. CJ Allen has been, I think he's been a long-time starter, too. Man, it took a while for him to get drafted, but dude had a really good season this past year, proved that he was arguably the most dominant linebacker in the SEC. I think he's continuing to prove that on a higher level. And I think that him as a linebacker is going to fill a lot of gaps that the Colts have been missing for quite some time. All right, Philly's already gotten their pick at 54. I think getting Reek Woolen was a big get for Philly. They need DB help at that position. I know they missed a lot on linebackers. I think this could be a linebacker-heavy draft for Philly at this point in time. I would not be surprised if Kyle Lewis or Anthony Hill Jr. is picked up right here. I would low-key like to see another linebacker taken off the board. Never mind, they go tight end. They get Eli Stowers. Eli Stowers was probably the best offensive player in the SEC. What a transition for him. Ends up going to Texas A&M, transfers from New Mexico State, starts off as a quarterback, transfers to being a tight end, ends up going with Diego Pavia to Vanderbilt, and he was the best tight end in football this past year. The John Mackey Award is now in Pittsburgh or in Philadelphia. His ability to make the tough catch is what separates him from every other tight end in this draft. Chargers are on the clock. Where do they go in this position? Let's see where New England goes at 55. So it's not going to be who I thought it was. How about that? I didn't realize that AJ Terrell was still in Atlanta. That's cool that he gets to play with his younger brother. New England sitting at 55 right now. Let me get the live feed on the channel on. We'll be right back. All right, who's drafting at 52? Damn, we got our freaking numbers that jumped, didn't we? Gabe Yakus, guy that we also got to see in Senior Bowl. Elite chase down speed, a guy that is going to continue to get after the quarterback day after day. I think he's a phenomenal athlete, number one. Number two, I do think that his ability and his speed is going to be utilized greatly. He's got a heck of a motor, and I think that him being at 54, the Patriots need an edge rusher. They got almost no pressure. A couple of months ago, whenever they played Seattle in the Super Bowl, they have got to find a way to get him going and get that offense rolling. Holy shoot, Paul Posluszny. Dude, Paul Posluszny is a freaking legend. Interesting. They get a big tight end that is more of a blocking tight end, in my opinion. Does have an opportunity to get out into space. He's more of a safety valve. He's a matchup nightmare on tight ends, man. I'll give him that. I will give him that. So I think the tight end position's a big need. Yes, y'all are hearing that right, I promise. So I wonder where Chicago ends up going. All right. The pick is officially in. I wonder what Scout thinks. Let me give him a call. He may not answer, though, but we'll see. I don't think he's going to answer. Probably not. Borcher is a former Nebraska tight end, nominee for the Burlsworth Trophy this past year. Interesting that he's one of the first. He's not the second tight end off the board, is he? Or is he the first? There's no way. Wow. Really? Interesting. I think Nate Borkercher is a guy that I think could have been picked up in a guy that it could have been picked up tomorrow. Well, so the reason why they're not picking Jermon McCoy is because of his injury. He was fine. I'm confused why Jermon McCoy has not been picked up yet, dude. His film was incredible. I hate that front office management is the one that's making the decisions and not anyone else. But I don't think the Bears are going to go ahead and aren't picking a safety. Let's see. I think they go off the edge and they go get a guy that can rush the passer. That's where I think a guy like Romello Height or Kerryon Crawford comes into play. But let me know what you guys' thoughts are in the comments section below. We know we got some people that are matriculating in. Right now we're sitting at 356 on the total viewership. I want to ask you guys this. Who would you take a chance on? Yes.
Did you feed them?
No.
Okay, thanks. Just need to know so I can do it.
Sorry. Let's see. So where do the Bears go? They're not going DB. Okay. This is interesting. They need an interior guy. They get Logan Jones from Iowa. You know what? I'm not mad about it. Won the Remington and Joe Moore Award. He's one of the best interior offensive linemen in this draft class. I think he's going to prove to be a solid choice for a position that Chicago definitely needs to address, which is the center and guard position. So now Cleveland is on the clock. I think they too are going to go guard. I think this is where Gettings Dunker is going to come off the board. It's either that or it's Emmanuel Pregnon. Or no, Gettings Dunker is already off the board. No, he's not. He's still on the board. I'm surprised. I think this is where, I mean, you got to think that this is going to be Pregnon. Oh, San Francisco is now going to be on the clock. Or no, they traded to the Browns. But we'll be here all day, guys, for rounds 2 and 3. Make sure y'all do us a favor. Hit the like and share if you are watching us down below. Turn on the bell notifications. Hit the subscribe button. Leave your comments, your thoughts, your suggestions down below as we address where Cleveland is going to pick at number 58. So what do they do when it comes to depth at the offensive line? What are they doing at that point? All right, finally, big steal. Big steal. A hometown product. Emmanuel McNeil Warren is a guy that I thought was going to go first round. I know a lot of other people have thought that he was going to be a first round draft eligible guy. Really like his tape, man. Plays over the top, and I mean, he's a hometown product. 6'3" and a physical specimen. Really one of the best defenders in the G6, and I really like this pick. That, I mean, he's a guy that's going to be a red zone threat time after time. You don't want to throw his way, because if you do, it's either going to be a PBU or he's going to go for a house call. His tape is really good, guys. Make no mistake about that. Texans are back on the clock. Could they go get another DB? Could this be Jermon McCoy? Could they go get Kerryon Crawford? Got to mark off a couple more guys of what I had. That's funny. Wow. Interesting. I think he was in the Senior Bowl too, I believe. Marlon Klein is an interesting prospect. From Michigan. I forgot because I talked to somebody about him not too long ago. Oh, shit. Why am I videoing him? Or shoot, why am I videoing him? All right. So the Titans are on the board at 60. I think we should be getting close to the end of the first round. So by the way, the Vikings are trading Jonathan Grenard, which I think a lot of people were expecting and they are trading him to the Eagles for the 3rd round pick and a 3rd round pick for next year. Grenard and the Eagles reached an agreement on a 4-year, $100 million extension per Drew Rosenhaus and Robert Bailey. Interesting. So I think the Titans is what I think for Tennessee, they've already addressed 2 pretty big needs. I still think and firmly believe that they should have waited until the 2nd round to go get a receiver. But regardless, they need a linebacker. They also need to address what they look like when it comes to their secondary. That could also be a big factor. We'll see. Could it be Jennings Dunker? Could it be Isaiah World, man? Remember when Isaiah World was a 1st-round draft prospect a couple of years last year? E-money. I remember Dante Corleone being named the Godfather. All right, Titans are officially about to make their pick. Ooh. Let's see, man. This has to be either Jamon McCoy or Anthony Hill. Jeff Simmons. There it is. Yep, I figured. All right, Rams are on the board at 61. Let's see what they look like in the secondary, bro. They need a DB. Instead, they go get a freaking tight end. I get that that's one of their selection, but God, dog, man. They get Max Clark from Ohio State, so they need a corner. They need a corner, dude. I thought Max Clark could have gone higher. I thought he would have been no more than going 50th. Really? Really? The dogs are taking over the freaking draft party. God, dog, man. Literally. Max Clark is a Titan. Buffalo, dude. I mean, can we make the right decision here? So we need a corner, we need a receiver, and then we need a linebacker. How far is Zachariah Branch going to fall, dude? Because Zachariah Branch's legal issue, it really wasn't great timing, to put it mildly. And I thought that Zachariah Branch at best was okay. I don't think he warranted a lot of hype. This is just my opinion. I thought his impact was imminent, but I don't think he ever lived up to the hype of him being a Reggie Bush type of athlete. He's undersized at 5'9" and 177. He's quick, make no mistake about that, but I just don't know if I can see him creating that impact like he did, like what people were expecting him to bring. He's undersized, and he's just not what people have expected him to be, in my opinion. He's not going to go second round, I don't think. That's just my opinion. Because we're about to be in round 4. We're about to be in round 3, I should say. I will say that Zachariah Branch could have gone before Stowers. But 843-350-2534, 843-350-2534 is the number to call if you want to get involved in the show. Make sure you also leave your comments, leave your likes and suggestions as well. All right, NFL draft is officially back on.
Is that all you wanted to ask me? You're not gonna put that out there, are you?
All right, Bills have the pick at 62. They got Davison Iggenbosen from Ohio State. I think that his situation is still very hairy. That's why I don't think that I just don't see the Chargers taking the chance and going to get Zachariah Branch. All right, we're about to end the second round. All right, Chargers have the pick. I just texted a buddy of mine who's a Jaguars fan. Or we texted Scout, who's a Jaguars fan, and he's not really happy. All right. I don't think that this is Zachariah Branch. I think that the Chargers stick with either hey yo. Yeah, they weren't. I think they figured they'd stick with either a lineman or with somebody else. It's going to be Jake Slaughter, and that will end round 2. I'll give you my thoughts on everybody that got picked throughout the night. So is this the end of round 1? No, we're starting on round. This is the end of. This is the last pick of the second round, or the Seattle has the last pick of the second round, I should say. God dog it, bro. Let's see where Seattle goes, dude. It's crazy that Jermon McCoy's falling. This sounds like it's a Jermon McCoy situation. Because Seattle, I don't think that they were gonna they got their running back in JD Price. This has to be where Jermon McCoy goes. I don't know what the deal is with him. I don't know why that they're taking a long time to try and get him. I get that he missed all of last year with an ACL, but he's recovered really good. I thought he had a really solid combine, and I thought he had a really good pro day as well. But again, you have a lot of look, Seattle has a lot of DBs that they lost. Reek Woolen, Kobe Bryant's gone. Do you get another safety? I'm wanting to know. Could it be AJ Halsey? Could it be Jalen Kilgore? All right, let me go ahead and freaking. All right, let me go ahead and print this freaking thing out. I got to print these best available guys out so I can see like who's going where. There we go. Damn it. Love it when we have no paper. All right, let's go to real fast. Let's watch this really quick. Who else can I knock off the list? Wow, still nobody. Ted Hurst might be going day 3, or yeah, probably so. All right. Hey, I like this pick. I have been a Bud Clark fan for a while. Bud Clark is a long-time starter at TCU. He's an Alexandria native. Really like it, man. I like this. So Bud Clark is official up. Now we go to day 3, or going to round 3, I should say. Arizona back on the clock. They still need a freaking tackle, and they have not taken one yet. They've got to go get a guy like Giddings Dunker. I've had a first round grade on him for a while. And if you don't, you're in the wrong. I gotta get some more paper. I wonder when Jalen's gonna go. All right. Let's see where. Wow. Wow. Huh. I'm surprised that Chris McClellan's still on the board. Same with Kerryon Crawford. Wow, Danny Dennis Sutton. I remember he had first round grades on him. All right, let's see where Arizona goes at 63 or at 65. I have a lot of papers that are being printed right now, man, so I apologize ahead of time. All right, so let's see what Arizona's going to go. Third round is officially upon us, ladies and gents. I would expect this to be an offensive lineman. Please let it be Giddings Dunker. Carson, what? I mean, I understand they need a quarterback, but wow. I didn't. What? Really? Wow. The first pick of the third round is Carson Beck. What? Why? No. Wow. Denver's now on the clock. Wow. Third quarterback picked in the draft. I'll say this, man. He's a winner. He wins, and he knows how to win. Excuse me. So, all right. So Denver has already made their pick. They need some help in the secondary. Either that or they need a guard. They need a lot of big boy help, man. All right. I like Colton Hood. Who did the Broncos get? I'm shocked. Carson Beck going in the third round. I don't know if he's a third round quarterback. I think you could have gotten him later on. Tyler Oneedham. I know who this is. From Texas A&M. Decent season for him. I thought he was some pretty good. I think that we're in to see Zachariah Branch fall pretty far. Crazy as we much farther than we can imagine. Vegas is now on the clock. I wouldn't be surprised if Eli Heidenreich gets picked pretty soon. All right, let's see who the Raiders go out and get. There we go, finally. Kerryon Crawford adds to a Raiders room that absolutely needs help. So I'm not hating on that at all. This was a pretty interesting need. Linebacker wise, you just got Nakobe Dean. You have Cody Lindenberg as well, that I thought could eventually get his way up into get into the lineup a couple of times. Quay Walker as well has had some good moments with Green Bay. He's also on the opposite side. Crawford is going to bring a lot of depth, and he can get off the edge in a hurry, dude. And I like the way that they're going to probably use him is to kind of switch back and forth with him. You've kind of hit and missed with Tyree Wilson, who hasn't been as good as you thought he would be. Kwity Paye, who you just got from Indianapolis, who initially looked like a bust, in my opinion, and then coming off of back-to-back years in 23 and 24 with 16 and a half sacks combined. Now he gets a 3-year, $48 million deal. How good is he? I'm not really sure. I'm not really convinced on him just yet. But Crawford is a guy that gets a lot of love for being more of a blitzing linebacker. So that should help him significantly. I think this in third round action, I think it should primarily focus on offensive line. I think Texas A&M is about to have a lot of guys come off the board. I think Iowa offensive line should be a big factor in the third round. I wonder where Nadame Tucker could go. I bet y'all forgot about him, didn't you? I think Pat Coogan is an undrafted free agent. I would expect that of him. Either that or late 7th round. Let's see what the Eagles go to get. Logan Fano's back for another year, isn't he? That would make sense. All right. All right. Philly is still on the board. Edge rusher wise, I think you could still get some steals here and there. Josh Josephs is an interesting pick if you do decide to go in that direction. Let's see where the Eagles go. It is the freaking mountain that they go. Mount Markel is where they go. They get Markel Bell. Like them. Really like it. Markel Bell is a freaking unit out there at tackle. And I love his story. The fact that he went undrafted and he's that freaking huge, that's insane to me. That's a swing and a miss on a lot of people, man. That's a massive, massive miss. I don't think people know how good this guy is about to be. Bears just got another pick. Funny kid. What is 69 going to do for Chicago? They got Sam Roush from Stanford. Liked him at the Senior Bowl, too. He had a really, really nice catch to end Senior Bowl practice. And, dude, I thought he was a guy that was going to go undetected throughout the entirety of this draft. I was probably going to be mad. So, we still have not heard Denzel Boston. Wait, did Denzel Boston get drafted? I think he did. I might be going crazy. Yeah, he did get drafted. I forgot. How did I forget this? I'm so stupid. Roush was a very physical tight end. I want to know who gets Kyle Lewis. There we go. Romello Height off the board. 49ers needed an edge rusher, and it's about time they got one. Romello Height is a freaking stud. Romello Height was one of my favorite players at the Senior Bowl. Romello Height was one of those guys that good bend off the edge, fast as freaking crap. Bro, why can't I have some food like that, bro? Like, that's so stupid. Dude, that freaking burger looks crazy. All right, Washington just got their pick at 71. Ooh. I forgot to add to this. All right, so we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks into round 3. Man, it has been a lot of fun. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Do you want to see more of this? Do you want to see a lot more of this? Let's see who else is live on the Instagram. I forgot that the UFL was playing today. Big weekend there. So it's going to be Antonio Williams going number 71. This is an interesting one. I think look, Antonio Williams was a guy that I always liked. I think he's a bit small, but he is able to get out of his break. I think he was one of the more underrated and underappreciated receivers in the ACC, and he's gonna produce, man. Hmm. I don't think Antonio Williams was really held out a lot because of how Clemson struggled with going through the air. I think he was still a really good option for K. Klubnik to throw the football to, and I think he was able to utilize him to the best of their ability. Let's see what the Bengals go do. Hmm. Hmm. You know what? I'm not mad at that one either. Tacario Davis, officially a freaking Bengal. I like the pick. Tacario Davis had first round grades before he transferred to Washington, ended up getting hurt and kind of struggled with it. The big difference between him and between Colton Hood or Jermon McCoy, excuse me, is that Tacario was at least healthy at some points in the season. When you miss an entire season, that's going to hinder your draft stock greatly. But I still think that even then, I still think Jermon McCoy was first round worthy. That's just my opinion. So the Saints are drafting once again. So they're not going tackle. Let's see who we got. They got a tight end. Really? Why? They got Oscar Delp? Here's my thing about Oscar. I like talking with Oscar whenever I was at the Sugar Bowl, but he's so underwhelming at times. I do think that he has all the capabilities of being an elite tight end at the NFL level, but I just don't see it. I don't see it coming from him. Sorry. Let's see what the Giants go get. Wow. Underrated receiver. They go another receiver. And they get Malachi Fields, who's now a Giant. I mean, you got him and Malik Neighbors, I guess. Malachi Fields was a really interesting pick for New York. Would I have gone and getting him? But I don't know. Hmm. Well, so per Jamal McCoy, the end of the second round is an important dividing line. Starting at 665, the only guaranteed money in a rookie contract is the signing bonus. Also, 65 is the first pick that gets a split salary, i.e., one number for weeks. He's on the 50-man and a lower number for those who isn't. McCoy's knee injury is clearly the reason for his fall, and starting in round 3, it may be easier for teams to take the risk. So very likely, this is a good chance for Jermon McCoy to get picked up at some point, whether it be now or whether it be later on. Hmm. Mm-mm. All right, Dolphins are on the board right now, and they have already made their pick. Let's see who the Dolphins need to get, dude. We are closing in on the end of round 3, I believe, too. No, I'm just picking. Probably. All right. Let's see who the Dolphins go get. I don't know if this is Jermon McCoy. No, it's not. It's another guy that I really like. And I thought he had a really solid postseason, including all-star games as well. Caleb Douglas is a guy that I really like. Showed out at Senior Bowl, had his way with a lot of DBs. Quick first step, and his afterburners are really, really good. I mean, really impressive. The way that he gets out of his break on his first step is really impressive. Able to make the tough catch in traffic, and he's one of those guys that is scrappy, very, very scrappy. So Texas Tech with a lot of big time dudes that have been selected so far in this NFL draft. So. Steelers are already on the board too. Who did they end up picking? There's 36 picks in the third round. Are you sure? So we got 100 picks. So we got 24 more picks until we reach the end of the first round. So the Steelers are going to get. Hey, yo, is that Joey Porter? That's JP and JP Jr. What? They got Drew Allar? Drew Allar's hurt. And you're telling me you're going to take a hurt quarterback over a freaking. I don't get it, bro. Wow. Really? Oh, Jesus, dude. This is such a bad pick. Jesus, dude. Why? Why? How is Jennings Dunker still on the freaking board? Somebody needs an offensive lineman. This is so garbage. Arizona wasting a third-round pick on Carson freaking Beck. And now we have this stupid shit. Packers are drafting. Who do the Packers get? Chris McClellan from Missouri. Like it. I do think he'll start too. Because Chris McClellan is a freaking dog. I'm conflicted on how I feel about that. Because McClellan is a guy that I've always been very high on. I think he looked pretty good throughout the offseason. All right. 78 is also in, and you're going to like this one. $78, they get AJ Halsey. I like the pick. Not going to complain about it at all. Again, they need a DB and they need somebody that they can rely on at times. So I really like where the direction that they were headed with their D line. If you're Green Bay, I think that was an area that you definitely needed to look at. And then for Indianapolis, I think secondary was going to be an issue for you. I'm glad you got Halsey to address that area of the field. All right. All right. So the Colts have gotten AJ Halsey at 78. McAfee's going to have fun with this one. Is he about to crack a freaking beer? I'm playing. So AJ Halsey is officially an Indianapolis Colt. I think that this is a really impressive get. I thought he was a freaking unit at safety. One of the more underappreciated safeties in college football. Really showed out this past year at LSU. Wherever he's at, he's making the freaking tackle. So the Falcons are on right now. Who do the Falcons freaking get, bro? Okay, I'm about to. It's. This is stupid. Well, oh my god. Oh my god. I did not. Wow. Let's see who the Ravens got. All right, so Jacoby Lane, who we also saw at Senior Bowl, is now gets picked 80th overall and is going to Baltimore. What makes no sense to me is that you're talking about a guy like Jacoby Lane, or not Jacoby Lane. We're it just does not make any sense, bro. This whole thing doesn't make sense. Drew Allar's not even a freaking top 100 pick. And how bad is this Jermon McCoy injury for teams? I don't understand it. Where did the Jags go? They've already drafted, so. Who did the Jags get in round one? They got Nate Borkircher, who's the tight end. They got Albert Regis. I'm not. Albert Regis from A&M. Huh. Interesting. So they get Albert Regis from Texas A&M. Good length. I think he's a solid. I think he's one of those guys that I don't. I don't know, man. Oh, man. He got arrested for obstruction, bro. Hmm. Mm. This is ridiculous. Where does Minnesota go at 82, dude? They need either a safety, center, a wide receiver, or a guard. It could be Pregnon, man. I'm wondering why Pregnon's not going. I've been talking to a lot of NFL draft insiders and asking like what is going on with Jermon McCoy, with Emmanuel Pregnon from Minnesota, or not from Minnesota, from Oregon. I'm curious to see what the whole ordeal has been. All right, let's see what Minnesota goes with 82. So they go with Dominique Orange from Iowa State. I remember watching Dominique Orange in that first game of the season in Ireland. And I remember my post game, I was talking about this guy, and I thought he was a freaking mountain. I thought he was the most dominant interior defensive tackle in the Big 12. That dude was absolutely insane against Kansas State. He was whipping the center's ass, dude. Every other play, he would find himself in the backfield. Whew. This kid is going to be special. Dude, he's in the oh my God. Dominique Orange is such a freaking dog. All right, Panthers are on the board as well at 83. Dude, come on. Let's take a guy. Let's take a chance. Let's go get Jermon McCoy. Oh, they're never mind. They're going Chris Brazzell. So Chris Brazzell is a Carolina Panther. Good first step. He's a yak go-getter, man. I will tell you that. I like the pick. I like Chris Brazzell going to Carolina. I think he's an interesting pick because of the type of athlete that he is and the type of skill set that he has at receiver. His tape does speak volumes for where he's going to go. Let's see where they go, man. Guys, y'all do me a favor. Hit the like and share button. We just hit 500 viewers on this video, so I appreciate you guys as always. Like I said, hit the like, share, and subscribe. Oh, man. I got to stretch, bro. All right, let's see what Tampa Bay's got. Is Gene the original play-by-play? Yeah. Here we go. The most intriguing player and the most polarizing player in this draft is Ted Hurst. And he, like I said, got a third-round grade from me. He is going to It's about time, man. It's about time that Ted Hurst got selected. Browns are going to get Austin Barber. Just traded with the Chargers, unless I'm mistaken. By the way, shout out Jordan Schultz for all the early releases. So who is going to 85? Where are the Steelers getting at 85? Cam Hayward. Is it Austin Barber? So the Steelers get Dalen Everett. He was a favorite in Pittsburgh for a while. I heard a lot of people talking about he could potentially go get to be involved with the Steelers, and I think he's a really good pick for Pittsburgh. Like his tape, man. He's a really, really solid outside guy. So the Chargers are trading with the Browns, and they're going to get Austin Barber with this. So 86 is going to be Austin Barber. I will be right back to throw some food away, and we're going to continue on. It's been a great show, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. Come on in here. I got to invite the dog in here. But you know, the dog's typically always the star of the show. They always talk about who they're engaged to, bro. Come here. Come here. Come here, buddy. Ugh. That's actually funny. Hey, bud. Ugh. Oh, yeah. I'm going to get you up here. Ah, yeah. Here we go. Gross. Hey, you, buddy. Hey, you, buddy. Ooh. I got you. All right, so the Dolphins are on the board as well. They've gotten two Texas Tech guys. Are they going to get another? It's not, but it's another tight end. Who is this? It's Will Kaczmarek from Ohio State. I got to go let him out. So, mostly a blocking tight end, not really the counterpart for Max Clark, but physical, as you can see if you're watching the ESPN broadcast. He is a guy that is going to be a mostly blocking tight end. Um, mm, so the Jaguars are on the board again as we enter the last 15 picks of round number 1. Oh, wow. There's no way that this is real. Yeah, this is fake. Hmm. So where did the Jags go in this department? Hmm. Um, I don't know. Hmm. Jaguars are officially on the clock, bro. What are we doing here? We're about to enter the end of the freaking third round. And Jermon McCoy is still not off the board. They need a corner, but do they do it? No. There's another guy that's finally off the board. It's Emmanuel Pregnon. So Emmanuel Pregnon, the offensive guard from Oregon, is officially off of the board. I really liked whenever he transferred from USC to Oregon. I think he was one of those guys that was going to get significant playing time as soon as he stepped into that role. Ferocious on doubles, is able to come back and get boom. You got Emmanuel Pregnon. Your Jags have had a rough freaking draft, dude. Well, I mean, you got Romello Height, and I think who else am I? Boar kicker from Texas A&M. Yes. For the most, you talking about Zune or no? No. Regis, Albert Regis. I like Regis.
Albert Regis for me. Also, we didn't get the other kid you said. I don't know who you said outside of that. We've only made 3 draft picks today.
I know. Emmanuel Pregnon from the guard from Oregon.
Yeah. I think solid pick.
Where are you at?
I'm at the Stallions game. I told you this.
The what?
The Stallions game. I'll call you.
Oh, how bad is it?
It's okay. They're fine right now. They're down by 19. I'll let you know after.
They were down by 19? I didn't know that the Stallion. How bad did it get after the third freaking quarter? So Xavier Thomas is a Chicago Bear. He was always a really, really sneaky pick. Great returner. A guy that can get out of his break in a hurry. And I think that his speed is going to benefit him greatly as a Chicago Bear. So 49ers are on the clock. Let's see who they get. I would bet dollars to dimes they go get a tackle. No, they went and got another running back, and it's one of the 2 Indiana running backs. It's Kalen Black. We're entering the last 10 picks. Wanting Black? Okay. So Kalen Black from Indiana. Split time with he split some time with what is his other guy? 1,000-yard back this past year. Him and Roman Hemby split a lot of carries. Black was the one that was going to get the majority of it in the second half of the season. When he hits a hole in the middle of the field, he's gone. Hard to bring down after initial contact, and puts his feet in the freaking dirt every time he runs the ball. So now the Raiders are on the clock. This has been a fast move in second and third round. I question. Wow. Never mind. Where is where are they going to go? Where are they going to go with Jermon McCoy? That is the question that a lot of people have on their mind. If his medical report is that bad, then he's going to go all the way until 5th round. Jesus Christ, Birmingham sucks. What did the Raiders do at 91? Because they still need a defensive tackle, which could be Xavier Harris. Or they go out and get another receiver. Which, if that's the case, then it would make sense for Skylar Bell to be in this conversation. I think Skylar Bell might also fall to the 4th round. I think 4th round is going to be heavy receiver. That's where we'll see guys like Elijah Surratt and Deion Burks, Chris Bell get in this position. We'll see. Reggie Virgil's a guy that I think could end up being a 7th round steal. Crazy as it sounds. I'm surprised Jalen Kilgore hasn't been selected. Jalen, I thought, could have gone 2nd round. Where do the Raiders go? There's so many guys that I think linebacker was really good for them. I like the pick. Trey Zune was a guy I thought could have been 1st round talent-wise. So the Raiders go out and they get Trey Zune. Really like him on the interior. Effective snap. One of the more veteran type of athletes in this draft. Excellent in pass blocking. Great footwork. Lateral movement is really good in his pass sets. Intelligent pass rush. And he is very intelligent when it comes to pass rushing. And he puts that on when he steps out onto the field. His ability to stay on top of blockers will translate well to the next level. He's played center. He's played tackle. He can play any position on the offensive line, and he wins a lot of battles. And he did really well in that position. Dallas is on the clock now at 92. The interior is what they need to improve on, but who knows? Hey, the Pitt native could be bringing out something crazy. I think it might be Kyle Lewis It's not. It's Jyshawn Barham from Michigan. (6'4", 240. Like his speed. Think he definitely needs to work on his bend a good bit. Did end up getting beat on a lot of big on big situations and base blocks. So that area of his game needs to improve drastically. But I think overall he's a really solid addition to Dallas. They need a freaking edge rusher to get off the football. So the Rams are picking at 93. So it's going to be Keegan Tross from Missouri. Miami is on the clock once again. Trost is a very solid base. Gets off the ball pretty quickly and good hand work too. Let's see what the Dolphins do at 94. Could it be Jalen? Is it going to be Jalen? I've been all over the freaking place, dude. Let's see what Jordy said. So who's getting them? All right, Steelers are now on the clock at 95. They moved down. They're going to get – I have no idea, dude. I honestly have no clue. Chris Bell was a favorite for me, especially looking at what he was able to do. What did I miss at 95? So Seattle is trading What did I miss at 95? Dadgummit. If you're in the comments, what did I miss at 95? Eli Raridan to Notre Dame. Raridan was an underrated guy that I thought was pretty good as a tight end. I think he was a very tenacious draft pick, dude. Let's see who the Steelers are going to go ahead and get in this point in time. Hayward's about to go nuts in this one. Is Hayward retired? No, not yet. Let's see. There we go. Finally. Oh, that took way too long for him to get off the board. Jennings Dunker is a freaking Pittsburgh Steeler. Football guy. I love his tape. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. This is a great get for Pittsburgh. They need an offensive lineman. I think they should have picked him over Allard, though. That's just me. Who do the Vikings get at? Decide to do at 97. Dude, this dude is a freaking genius. Hey, he was fun to talk to, bro. He was a lot of fun. That's my type of guy. Trying to fix my camera. I think 3 more picks in the 3rd round, and I think we'll be done. Unfortunately for tonight. So, still on the board is Jermon McCoy and Jalen Kilgore, Malik Muhammad and Mike Washington. Washington might slip to, I think 4th round. Where does Minnesota go, though? We'll see. Dude, I'm so tired of these advertisements. Hmm. Hmm. So Caleb Tiernan, excuse me, is where the Vikings decide to go. Heard a lot of pretty interesting things about him. I think he's a very, very intriguing prospect. I think he was one of the more underrated tackles in the Big Ten. Solid in pass pro. Does need to work on support in the run game. I think if he cleans that up, he'll be just fine as a solid number 2 guy to come in. That's my opinion. All right, where do the Vikings go? So the Vikings go get Jacoby Thomas from Miami. This is an interesting move. Thomas has been in college, has been in the league, or has been in college football for a while. I thought he really showed out in the Fiesta Bowl. That was his best game that he had in the year. Lurker at safety, proven leader, and I think his tape just speaks for itself, man. Really instinctive player at safety. All right, Seattle is going to pick at 99. So where do we go with this one? Please let it be. It's wow. You know, I saw Julian Neal too at Senior Bowl, but again, Seattle is really focusing in on the DBs, which I don't have a problem with, but I don't know, man. So this will be the last pick of the 3rd round for today. After this, I'll give my analysis really fast of what I thought of the first 3 rounds. I'll kind of round that up in one quick video, and we'll kind of discuss from here what's going to happen. So it's going to be Jalen Husky from Maryland. Husky was in the East-West Shrine Bowl, 72 tackles, 4 interceptions. Really rounded out what was a pretty impressive display for him. So that is it for the second and third round of the NFL draft. Man. Wow. It has been a very, very interesting day, to say the least. And a lot of questions that we're about to have answered. But I'm going to hang around for a little bit, kind of give you my thoughts of what we got to see today. Husky officially ends round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft. Tomorrow will be the ultimate roundup. We're getting started at 11 a.m., finishing up pretty soon, and that'll conclude the NFL draft. Wow. No Colton. Wow. Wow. Oh, never mind. That's not the end. I think. That is the end, actually. Yeah, that's it for the night. All right. We're going to go live. This is our post game. Let's get after it. Ooh. All right, let's get it. All right, so rounds 2 and 3 has concluded, and we have a lot to discuss. So when we look at the overall status of this draft, it is amazing to me that a guy like Jermon McCoy is still on the board. And I know I've said it a lot, and I know that I have been very vocal about it. I understand he tore an ACL. Guys, this was still a freaking first-round grade for a lot of guys. Crazy as it sounds, he had first-round grades written all over him. He was really a good freaking get. But NFL teams didn't pull the trigger on him for some strange reason. Now we go to day 3. Some guys that I still have on the board that have not even been picked yet. By the way, Eli Raridan, or Eli Heidenreich, has still not been selected. Part of that, I believe, is because of the obligation that he's got to fulfill in the military, which obviously makes sense. But let's talk about some guys that I do think could see their names be called tomorrow. Obviously, somebody's going to get Jermon McCoy. There's no way, shape, or form that he should still be on the board at this point in time. Brennan Thompson's a bit short at 5'9", $164. That's the only real concern I think a lot of people have. But again, played pretty well in the SEC. Where does Garrett Nussmeier end up? I'm kind of surprised that he got selected, that he didn't get selected when you compare him and Drew Allar. Just saying. But we'll see. Yes.
Are you going in the morning?
Yes. Kyle Lewis is still a guy that I really like. Linebacker / safety hybrid. Think that's the biggest concern between NFL scouts is where are they going to put this guy at the next level? What is their ultimate end goal with what they want to do with him? Because I don't know if they're going to put him realistically in a position to succeed at safety. I think he's more of a linebacker, in my opinion. Cyrus Allen is a guy I don't think we've heard his name called from Cincinnati. Underrated receiver. He could be a guy that could get a good bit of touches when it's all said and done. Grayson Halton. I actually met his agent at the Senior Bowl. Really cool guy to talk to. Think Grayson had a lot of big plays throughout the last couple of seasons, but we'll see. Let's see who else we got on here that I think needs to get drafted pretty soon. We haven't heard Parker Brausford's name a lot. I thought he was a top 100 guy in the preseason. He fell off a freaking mountain. Chandler Rivers from Duke is a name that you need to remember. Just saying. Jalen Farmer, saw him at Senior Bowl. I didn't even know the kid's name whenever I first went to interview him, and I said, and I tried to play it off. I was like, nah, I knew that. I just wanted to text. He's like, nah, you didn't know who I was. I was like, my bad, bro. I'm trying. What I am interested in is what happens with Jalen Kilgore, what happens with Katron Allen and Nick Singleton. Both of their names have not been called just yet. I do think Mike Washington's name is going to get called first before those two names. But ultimately, man, it's going to dictate on the need of these teams. And really the medical situation is a big, big thing that teams are looking at massively. And it's ridiculous. It's so stupid to me how most of these guys, Jermon McCoy, first-round grades, and he's still not off the board. Just doesn't make sense to me. But Takario Davis is. Whatever, dude. When is Caleb Proctor going to get drafted? When is Nadame Tucker going to come off the board? There has been some discussions about when Deontay Lawson or anybody like that. When is Tyron Montgomery? Where do you think Tyron Montgomery ends up? Who knows? But y'all have a great rest of the night. Thank you guys once again for hopping into our live stream. Make sure you do us a favor. Smash the like, hit the share, hit the subscribe button down below for more information on us here at the Southern Sports Scene. Stay blessed. Don't stress. Y'all have a good